Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's noted that there will be a City Council in-camera closed session meeting at 2 p.m. At 2 p.m., City Council will be requested to consider approval of the following resolution that will take place in a very brief open session immediately prior to entering into in-camera session. And the motion is that City Council enter into in-camera session to consider the following items pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act. Bullet number 1, in-camera report number HR 2019 regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual pursuant to Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act. Bullet number 2, in-camera report number ECDEV 2019-39 regarding potential acquisition or disposition of land pursuant to Section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act. And bullet number 3, review of the regular in-camera minutes of November 25th, 2019. Motion moved by Councillor Sandison, seconded by Councillor Millette. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for coming to our December the 9th City Council meeting for Belleville City Council. I'd like to announce that all of us are here in attendance today, and I'll ask the City Clerk to lead us in a moment of reflection.
May we be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Help us to be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, always having respect for others so that we may serve the people of our city in a helpful manner and for the good of all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Your Worship. Public meeting today, you'll be having some deputations, but I've already previously disclosed that, and I'll do that again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? None? So we'll move to item number 4, public meetings. On Monday, December the 9th, the Council of the Corporation of the City of Belleville will hold a public meeting to obtain public input on the proposed plans for development of 132 Pinnacle Street, being the Legion Building, and 50 Market Square being the Memorial Arena building. Good evening and welcome to this public meeting of Belleville City Council. This is a very special opportunity to allow members of the public to speak directly to your City Council about your thoughts on the future of the Memorial Arena and Legion buildings. The future of these properties will change our city for the better and will continue the work started with the $35 million investment in downtown revitalization made by the previous City Council. Market Square redevelopment and the riverfront property across the street from City Hall gives us some tremendous potential. This piece, being these two properties, are necessary before we proceed further with our downtown plans. These two properties have significant meaning for our community, both because of their historical prominence, but also because of the future opportunities they present. Our City Council understands our responsibilities as custodians of the corporate assets of our municipality, and we wish to share this decision process by seeking input from residents. On November the 25th, each of the 4 applicants were given 25 minutes to make a presentation of Belleville City Council at a special meeting. We had a completely full City Council chamber, and the information was live streamed and is available on our web video service and archives, as well as your TV. The materials are also available in PDF format on our city website. In addition to today's public meeting, Belleville City Council wants to hear from residents, and you can communicate in writing through email or regular mail sent to the City Clerk, Matt McDonald. We also have an online survey on the city website, and I understand as of this afternoon we've had more than 330 responses, and request that all feedback be submitted before the deadline of January the 7th. As I said, contact information and the survey is available on our city website at www.belleville.ca. Of course, residents can also communicate to members of council directly, and we look forward to having a lot of discussion over the holiday season, including at our New Year's levy on Saturday, January the 4th at 11 a.m. at the Quinte Sports and Wellness Center. So tonight, members of the public are welcome to come to the podium and offer their thoughts directly to us. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes. All speakers will clearly state their name and address for the record, as there are minutes from this meeting. Presenters are permitted to state their thoughts and will be respectful and according to our rules of procedure by being directed to council through me. I will now open the public meeting and invite anyone interested to approach the podium. Good evening. If I can just get you to push the button so the red light comes on, and I'd be...
My name is Mary McBride. I live at 370 Front Street, apartment 616 in downtown Belleville. Okay. So thank you for allowing me to speak to City Council today. I know that this opportunity for the public to speak at council meetings doesn't happen very often. And I came to the meeting a couple of weeks ago when the place was packed. And I came early today thinking there'd be another big crowd, and I wanted to get my opportunity to say something. And I wasn't able to stay for the whole meeting, but I've had an opportunity to go through the different things. And I'm aware of further things that are going to happen around the Dillon Consulting and things that I've looked up on the computer. So my question is, I want to speak about affordable housing. And I know that we had a summit a while ago, and we talked about what could we do. I'm very fortunate. I gave you my address. You know where I live. I'm lucky. There's many people in our community who aren't. My own family, I have 2 of my own children, a sibling and a grandchild, who live on ODSP. And they are all housed now, and I want to speak for the ones that aren't housed. The people that I see on the trail lying on a bench, the people in tents that I've seen in different spots around here, the people I know, which have been my own family at times, that lie on couches. They also, now that they're housed, they take other people in. So that's my question, okay? I can see that one of the proposals offered did talk about affordable housing. And the other ones seem to me, especially the first one, which is the one I took most in, and then there was a lot of information, it's hotel. And do we not have a lot of hotels, and do they all sit full? If you don't know, what I wanted to bring to your mind, I had an opportunity to look at, in Hastings County, a report called Opening the Right Door. And they have just done a review of they're part of a 10-year plan around homelessness. And they did a review in September 2019. And I see some shaking heads, so I'm feeling encouraged, okay? Years ago, I was part of that group, okay? Part of the Poverty Roundtable and all different things like that. So I'm not going to use up my 3 minutes. I'll let that be for someone else. But I just wanted to ask you to once again think outside the box, look at what the blocks are, think about tiny houses, think about co-op housing, think about co-housing, all the different things that are possible to have those of our people who struggle in many ways to have an opportunity. Everybody in this city matters, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McBride. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening, Your Worship. Catherine Brown. I'm the chair of the Downtown District Business Improvement Area and also a business owner on Front Street, 271 Front. I just want to take a few minutes, so thank you for the opportunity to provide comments and consultation as it relates to the Memorial Arena and the Legion 99 proposals. The revitalization of these 2 properties will have tremendous benefit for the downtown district, and we're really excited about the possibilities it will bring to our city. In the year since our BIA team was appointed to represent the downtown district, we've made big and bold changes. In addition to encouraging our residents, our visitors, and our potential investors to participate in some of the amazing events that highlight what we're becoming, we've also been very focused on building a vibrant city center by inviting more residential and commercial growth to be a part of it. Each of the shortlisted proposals will address both residential and commercial growth in a section of our core that's been sitting silent for a long time. We're looking forward to what can be achieved with the Downtown Commons project and believe that the new investment in the Memorial Arena and the Legion properties will be a major contributor to our city center. The BIA has submitted a lengthy written proposal. For that, I apologize. But regarding our desired outcomes for these properties, and I hope our perspectives were helpful. As indicated, we see merit in each of the proposals, but we do feel that the design from RMS Holdings would offer the greatest opportunity for growth in both the residential and commercial areas. But we also want to acknowledge that we recognize the inherently higher risk that goes with a project of that magnitude. As an alternate, the proposal from Task Force Engineering offers similar opportunity, albeit on a smaller scale, but likely with less risk. Each would contribute to the strategic plans that we have developed and shared with you around the downtown district. As a final thought, a key to this BIA's success has been our willingness to be bold, to take risks, and to really focus on the future. We encourage City Council to be equally bold. As your decision will be major, we ask that you consider as a contributor to the downtown's vibrancy and our future growth. we're really excited about the possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brown. Anyone else that'd like to come forward?
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Panchuk, members of City Council. My name is Greg Suds, and I'm the current president of the Belleville Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today with Jill Raycroft, the Chamber's CEO. I would like to state today, that the Belleville Chamber of Commerce and its board members are excited about the prospect of redevelopment for the Memorial Arena and the Legion Branch 99. As stated earlier, this redevelopment of the downtown core will further enhance the investment already made by the city, and it will bring with it a much-needed community space to the downtown. The proposals that are being considered today reflect the confidence of the business community in the city, specifically the downtown core.
And just to add a little bit to that, the Chamber appreciates the challenge faced by Council as they decide what this most sensitive property in the downtown should become. Our city seems to be on the verge of something big. Housing inventory is at its lowest, possibly since the end of World War II. And as the outer edges of the city expand, there is a general feeling our downtown district has something to offer in terms of culture, shopping, food, and entertainment. For whatever reason, there's a perception that the vibrancy of the downtown core is a measure of the success of a community. And as Belleville has been growing in very positive ways on the edges, pushing to the west and the north, the value of that growth and potential seem to be lost under the cloud of vacant storefronts and buildings in the downtown, particularly as the construction in the area made it difficult to attract business and people. But that is changing. As you go forward to make this decision, note a couple of things that urban theorists have concluded about downtown revitalization as it has been happening over the past 20 to 30 years across the United States. The most successful downtown districts have many major functions: employment, residential, entertainment, shopping, and creating a destination in the downtown for reasons other than employment is a key success factor. The choice you make should consider how the development will add to this list and whether or not it checks off more than one box. Another thing to recognize is that single person and childless households, starter and retirement homes, account for a greater share of the population, and they are less inclined to want to be on the outer edges of a city. They want access to transit, entertainment, food. Policies that restrict real estate supply downtown also drive up prices, and at a time when we have a housing crisis, the need for attainable housing should also figure into the decision. But we also want to see the opportunity for business growth. The best cities are at about a 6-to-1 ratio. There has to be an active approach to encouraging diversity among employers to locate downtown as well. Recognizing that a mix of business, residential, and attractions will be the cornerstone to rebuilding our downtown district will hopefully drive a decision that would help bypass the circumstance some of those cities that regentrified early are facing, where the downtown has become elusive to the point of exclusivity.
In summary, we'd like to thank all the individuals and businesses who have shared their vision. We wish you much success. And no doubt, the choice for council will not be an easy one. Years of hard work, determination, and investment in the downtown core have brought us here today. Ultimately, council will make the right decision. Going forward, the Chamber sees a future of continuing opportunity and prosperity for businesses in the region. This only happens when we all work together with a common goal to make this community the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suds and Ms. Raycroft, and thank you to Belleville Chamber of Commerce. Anyone else like to come forward? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. My name is David Bentley, and I live at 19A Benjamin Street, apartment 9 in Belleville. And I should give you a little brief background. I have been a life member of the Architectural Conservancy Quinte Region since its conception in 1983. I was its past president for 12 years. I also worked on Heritage Belleville for 8 years and the Facade Committee for 12 years, and at least 3 committees that were on the downtown improvement and also Winterfest. So I've had a lot of connections to the downtown. I did get a chance to look at all 4 proposals, And the first proposal I thought was one that Belleville does need in the downtown, a hotel, but not for this site. I think now is the perfect opportunity for council to handle two buildings as one project. And so that was my only thought on the first proposal. The second proposal I found was far too large for the scale of our downtown. We have a 6-story height limit for a very good reason in the downtown. That's to protect the city hall and its view from around the city. And to have two huge towers would just simply dominate the downtown scale. Also, the treatment of the memorial was very facadism. I didn't find that it really represented what we would want as a memorial to the building. The last two proposals I thought were very nice, appropriate in scale with the area that they're in, and I would like to just comment on Mary, who spoke first about affordable housing. I spoke to somebody at Nightlight 2 days ago, and she was telling me that Belleville has 3 tent cities. And any city that has 3 tent cities should be trying to get rid of them as quickly as possible by affordable housing. So I would certainly hope that council would look at maybe affordable housing as one of the options.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Bentley, appreciate it. Anyone else like to come forward? Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Ruth Ferguson Althouse. My address is 230 Bridge Street East in Belleville. So I'm here because I do not have any involvement in any of the 4 proposals, but as an urban planner, I've been involved in planning for the downtown for the last 2 or 3 decades. I was the chair of the Belleville 2000 Task Force, which was a city-led committee in the 90s that developed the plans for Market Square as well as the city center official plan policies. I then prepared the intensification policies for Official Plan Amendment 23 to the City of Belleville Official Plan, and most recently the Belleville Downtown Commons study done in early 2019. I am very pleased to see that the city is moving forward so quickly with considering redevelopment plans for the Memorial Arena and the Legion properties. This facility, the former Memorial, has been vacant for the past decade. And it's very important for the future development of the Downtown Commons study area that essentially is all of the land surrounding City Hall. There's very much to consider when evaluating the 4 proposals, and it's a very short time frame to assess the merits of each. I've provided written comments through to the staff that I've provided this afternoon, and I would also commend the 4 developers that have made the submissions for all of the work that they've done and the time invested in preparing the professional materials for each project, because I appreciate that's a very costly endeavor for them to do. But my evaluation is based on the planning merits. As a planner, it's the lens at which I would look at these types of proposals. I expect there are other criteria that the council would be also applying that are based on financial aspects that the public is perhaps not privy to, and that they are currently at a very conceptual level and lack the details that a full submission could be evaluated against. But based on the criteria that I've applied, I believe that the city should shortlist 2 of the proposals and request further information, perhaps performance guarantees, references, and other project details from these 2 finalists. I've prepared a table with a checklist that I've applied the project criteria to each of the 4 proposals. And these criteria are as follows: cultural heritage, conformity to the city official plan policies, tourism and economic development potential, the parcel configuration, urban design, and parking. And under each, I can just describe very briefly, and the last speaker spoke to the recommendations respecting cultural heritage for the downtown master plan is to protect and restore buildings and landmarks that contribute to the heritage character of the area. And the Memorial Arena is one of those important heritage landmark buildings. There was a Golder report on the cultural value of the Memorial Arena, identifying both the physical and design values and the historical and associated values of this property. The memorial is an important landmark in downtown Belleville, physically, functionally, visually, and historically linked to Market Square and City Hall, and it's important as a landmark or monument to Belleville's veterans. With respect to the city's official plan policies, the downtown master plan that was done in the 2000s was an extensive planning process that set out various height limitations throughout the downtown core and the city center, as referenced the 6-story or 20-meter height limitation in the downtown district, which is part of the city center, with 4 stories along Front Street. These policies were then implemented through Amendment 23, which is the intensification plan that my firm prepared, and it was recommended in order to maintain the heritage scale and visual prominence of the City Hall Tower and the church spires. Taller buildings are recommended in the city center, but at gateway areas at major entrances to the city center. There's a significant role that the Memorial Arena will play with respect to tourism and economic development, and these were explored in further detail in the Downtown Commons study, and I would submit all of the proposals do represent advantages for tourism and economic development. With respect to parcel configuration, I believe it's critical that these 2 parcels be considered together, that one not be sold in absence of the other. And for that reason, I believe the motel proposal is limited. So just to conclude, my checklist is that the Memorial Village and Task Force proposals be preferred. Both projects are fairly similar in scope and scale. The Memorial Village proposal would result in more residential units, but the task force proposal provides for units that are affordable, which we've heard tonight is of concern by residents. And as I've mentioned, the other proposal for the motel would be in isolation. It should not be favored because it does not include the Memorial Arena property, and it could jeopardize the development of the Memorial Arena property. The RMS Holdings proposal, while very ambitious, it does not respect, in my opinion, the cultural heritage of Memorial Arena. It promotes the demolition of most of the structure, and it does not conform to the official plan policies for the downtown district.
And you have your report in writing for us as well?
Thank you,
Okay,
yes.
thank you very much. I've let you go on a little bit longer.
Sorry.
But appreciate that very much, and as in colleagues, we have a copy of it in
Thank
writing.
you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ferguson-Altos. Anyone else like to come forward to make a presentation this evening? Does anyone else want to come further to make a deputation at the podium? Does anyone further want to come and make a deputation? So with that then, I will, I guess we've never had a public meeting last term or this term, Mr. Clerk. Do I declare it closed now? Do I need a motion for that? Okay, so I'll declare the public meeting portion of today's meeting. Sorry?
I'm sorry, but I didn't know if I was allowed to speak or not.
Sure, if you would like to come forward, I'll let you speak, yeah.
Yeah, I apologize to everyone. I wasn't sure I was able to speak.
I'm sorry, I didn't see you when you were trying to do that, so.
You missed me?
I did.
I just wanted to address some of the concerns that we had. I'm speaking about the RMS proposal.
So you're Joe Mancuso,
Joe Mancuso, yes.
and your address is?
RR number 3,
Okay.
Tweed,
go ahead.
Ontario.
Thanks very much, Ms. Mancuso.
Thank you. Basically, about the height, I want to address that specifically. It seemed to be that, although people may think that you know, the size of those towers would dwarf the City Hall, it wasn't our intention to do that. We asked specifically when we did an in-camera to council presentation, we said, what would the height be that we'd be allowed to do? And at that point, we were told 10 stories. So we drew ours as 10. If 6 is the limit, we're happy to do 6. Our intention was not to flout any of the rules, but we realized that a seminal large project like this, that would end up being a landmark location, would depend on a lot of give and take between the city and the developer to try to fit in. I think we used the 2 lots very well. Affordable housing has been brought up. We'd be willing to dedicate, as in our original presentation, we were always willing to dedicate a certain percentage to affordable housing and work with what the city really needs. That's what our original premise was in drawing the scope of that. why it looks so big and looks so overwhelming. I mean, we do great presentations. That building will look great. It will be a draw. It's designed specifically to draw tourism and residents back into the downtown and reestablish Belleville as a leader in this community and take it away from Trenton, Brighton, and Coburg, whose downtowns rival this downtown. With that type of proposal that we want to put in, I think you'll establish leadership in the area again. The last point that I have to make, sorry to go on, is that the size is seminal. It not only injects economic benefits into the community now and ongoing, but provides for the vitality and longevity of the downtown area, and will work hand in glove with the farmers market and the current BIA, which did an amazing fest on Saturday. I mean, that was just terrific what you guys did. And then at the very end of it, I guess, is that we remain open to suggestions and want to work with the city to do the best we can for us and for Belleville. And that's about it.
Right, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Mr. Mancuso. Does anybody have a second thought and want to come forward before I close the meeting? No, this is an opportunity for people to speak to City Council, and so this is the, normally what happens at our meetings is that if someone wants to make a presentation, they have to submit a request earlier, and we go through a process where it's part of our deputations. A public meeting like today allows members of the community just to come forward without pre-registering, to be able to come out and speak on the topic that we are dealing with today. So that's why Council felt it important to provide this opportunity. So if there is no other members of the public who would like to speak there, I will declare the public portion of today's meeting closed and move on to item number 5, which is reading and confirmation of the minutes of the regular council meeting of November 25th and the regular in-camera meeting of November 25th. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Millette. Any questions or comments about that? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you very much. We're on the reading and confirmation of the minutes. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor? Carried. There are no deputations at today's meeting. And under correspondence, we have revisions to the Belleville Downtown Improvement Area Procedural Bylaw. And I need a resolution that the revisions to the Belleville Downtown Improvement Area Procedural Bylaw be approved. Moved by Councillor Culhane and seconded by Councillor Thompson. Any discussion? So it's in your packages. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Item is carried. I'm sorry, can I just back up? I had some closing comments that I wanted to make regarding the special meeting. And so again, I want to say on behalf of council, thank you to everyone who came forward this evening and came to the podium. We as your elected city council all very much appreciate the time and thoughtfulness everyone put into their presentations. And as I stated at the outset of this meeting, in addition to today's public meeting, Belleville City Council wants to hear from residents, and they can communicate with us in a variety of ways. First of all, they can write us through email or regular mail sent to the city clerk, Matt McDonald. They can do that online survey, which is available on the City of Belleville website. We request that all feedback be submitted before the deadline of January the 7th. Contact information and the survey will be available on the city website at www.belleville.ca. And of course, residents can always communicate with members of council directly, and we look forward to having a lot of discussion over the holiday season. And as I mentioned earlier as well, included, people can come to the New Year's Levy, which will be held on Saturday, January the 4th at 11 a.m. at the Quinney Sports and Wellness Center. There will be an opportunity to speak with all members of council, and there will be entertainment and there will be refreshments, and we invite everyone from the community to come and help us celebrate the new year. So I apologize for missing that. Next, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into committee of the whole to hear and consider reports, passing of recommendations and resolutions with Councillor Millette in the chair. Moved by Councillor Culhane, seconded by Councillor Kelly. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, I will, 8A, reports. The agenda shall include under reports items that warrant individual attention from council. Item 8A1, naming of corporate asset, entrance road at Zwicks Park, and it's refers to the Director of Corporate Services, Clerk's Report DCS 2019-59, and the resolution reads that council approve the naming and dedication of the entrance road at Zwicks Park to be Medagas Classic Parkway. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCaw, seconder Councillor Sandison. Any discussion? Councillor Kelly.
I just want to speak to it. I will support this Medagas Classic Parkway. When we were given the information a little over a week ago, and then just knowing the history of Medagas and what they've done for this community and for 30 years. And for someone that's done charity work and been with different organizations, the shelf life for something like they've done for 30 years, the charity golf tournament, the shelf life normally for events is anywhere from 7 to 10 years. And I think of the volunteers, those who have committed to make a difference with all their events, particularly the golf over the year, partnering with Rick Mahar. They've done so many good things for so many families. So to me, this was an easy decision, long overdue, and hopefully they'll get the support. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Mayor Panchik.
Thank you very much, Councillor Millette. I just want to echo what Councillor Kelly said. You know, not only did this organization start important projects, but we're now seeing the second generation where they've replaced and repaired the existing infrastructure in terms of the playgrounds and the parks. And this is a wonderful group. We're very fortunate for all the funds that they've raised here in this community to make it for the benefit of our community. We all know the stories about why it first started and how it's been handled, but this is a tremendous corporate partner who, again, did not just make the front-end investment to provide us with those assets, but they have since then replaced them and kept them in good repair. And so, congratulations to the Medagas Classic members who were involved in that committee, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing this new roadway named after them.
If I may, from the chair, I'll echo the comments of my fellow councillor and his worship. Zwicks Park, the Tom Gavey Pavilion, the Rick Mahar Playground, just magnificent structures that are well used by this community. And I will have to say that the Mahar Medagas group over the years, I mean, we've had a lot of fun at some of their events, their tournaments, but this community is built on the backs of community organizations such as the Mahar Medagas people, and I tell you, but without them, I don't know where we'd be. So this is just a small gesture to a group that's done some big things. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Item number 8A2, appointment of members to the CNR Yardman Tribute Committee. Refers to Director of Corporate Services Report DCS 2019-61. And that resolution reads that pursuant to the Director of Corporate Services Clerk's Report number DCS 2019-61, the appointment of members to the CNR Yardman Tribute Committee, that Councillors Culhane as Chair and McCaw be appointed, and David Simpson, Roger McDevitt, Les McDonald, Harry Hebron, John McGinnis, Doug Moses, and Phil Spry be appointed as citizen appointees, and that a bylaw to amend bylaw 2019-02, the appointments bylaw, be prepared for council's consideration. Mover by Councillor McCaw, seconded by his worship. Any discussion? I will call the vote. Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Item 8A3, contract engineer 2019-09 Saganaska Bridge Rehabilitation Senior Project Manager's Report as it refers, number ENG 2019-28. And the resolution reads that the tender submission from Clearwater Structures, Inc. and Municipal Sewer Services be accepted for contract ENG 2019-09 Saganaska Bridge Rehabilitation in the amount of $3,226,385 plus $419,430.05 in HST for a total dollar amount of $3,645,815.05, this being the lowest cost tender received, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the acceptance agreement on behalf of the corporation of the city of Belleville, and the city clerk be authorized to affix the corporate seal. Do I have a motion? Councillor McCaw, seconded by Councillor Williams. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Where are we? Item 8A4, Emergency Management Program Committee and Emergency Control Group membership. Refers to Fire Chief Director of Fire and Emergency Services Report number DFES 2019-09. And the resolution reads that pursuant to report number DFES 2019-09, a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2019-02, the appointments bylaw, to rename the Emergency Management Program Committee, Emergency Operations Control Group, to the Emergency Management Program Committee, Emergency Control Group, and to update the membership and be prepared for council's consideration. Do I have a motion? Councillor Thompson, Kelly, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Moving right along, 8B, consent items. Oh, sorry, I missed one. Sorry, item 8A5, emergency response plan. Fire Chief Director of Fire and Emergency Services Report number DFES 2019-10. And the resolution reads that pursuant to report number DFES 2019-10, that a bylaw to approve the corporation of the City of Belleville's emergency response plan and to repeal bylaw 2004-185 be prepared for council's consideration. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, Councillor Carr. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Now we're moving to consent items. Council may adopt consent items by one motion, but prior to consideration of such motion, members may request that specific items be removed from consideration under such motion, and council shall consider such items individually. And I have a motion that the following, yes, we'll canvass the table. Yes, let's start with Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you. 8B1, 8B5, 8B9, 8B11.
8B1, 5, and 11. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, sir. 8B9 and 8B10.
Okay. Good, thanks. Yes, Councillor Culhane.
8B5, thank you.
Your worship.
No, thank you.
Councillor Carr.
No, thank you.
Councillor
No,
Kelly.
thank you.
Councillor McCaw.
I think someone's pulled at 8B1.
Councillor Thompson.
No, thank you.
All right, we'll go to the original 8B1, and I believe that, the motion first. That the following items, agenda items, be approved with the exception of items 8B1, 8B5, 8B9, 8B10, and 8B11. Do I have a motion? Councillor Carr, Sanderson, all in favor? Carried. Counselor Sanderson, I believe you have the floor on 8B1.
Okay, so,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I need a mover and a seconder to open it up. The Integrity Commissioners, cost to date, version number 2. Director of Corporate Services Clerk's Report, DCS 2019-60, and the resolution reads that the Director of Corporate Services Clerk's Report, number DCS 2019-60, Integrity Commissioner, cost to date, version number 2, be received. Do I have a mover? Councillor Culhane, Councillor McCaw, Councillor Sanderson.
thank you, through the chair. So this report provides a little bit more granularity in terms of the 7 opinions that were rendered on conflict of interest. And I know that some of the members of council have shared, even though there isn't a requirement to do so, their usage of the Integrity Commissioner. So I just wanted to share with council that I had asked for an opinion on a conflict of interest item. It related to the fact that I live in Settlers Ridge, and I participated in the voting of townhouses. So I asked the Integrity Commissioner for clarification, and there was no conflict, so I just wanted to share that with the group, and I would suspect that I was probably number 3, $226.85. Thank you.
Any further on 8B1? Councillor McCaw.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Maybe a question to the clerk. Could you, I mean, it basically here states code of conduct corrected. Could you please explain what the correction is and what it means?
Through the chair to Councillor McCaw, the original report, version 1, I believe the description was conflict of interest, not code of conduct, and clearly it was a code of conduct complaint.
Thank you, and if I might, yeah.
Go ahead.
I have 2 more, actually. So I think that's important to note. I mean, for members of the public, those are 2 different things. The municipal conflict of interest is actually a law. Code of conduct is a policy that we have implemented here as a council. So it's pretty varying definition. So I think that was important to correct, and I'm thankful for that. Just one step further with respect to that, I'm looking at the 7 opinions here. And is there somebody within City Hall, perhaps yourself, knows who actually asked for these opinions? Or there must be a record somewhere within City Hall. Not that I'm asking for that, but I think it's important that somebody's keeping track of it.
Through the chair to Councillor McCaw, certainly yes. The bills that come from the Integrity Commissioner are itemized.
So we have a record. Thank you.
Anything further on 8B1? I will call the vote then. All in favor? Carried. 8B5. Councillor Sanderson, you asked for 8B5 as a motion. Yes, I guess we'll read the. Guess we'll read 8B5. 8B5, 81 South Front Street. Principal Planners Report, PP 2019-89, and the resolution reads that Heritage Belleville recommends the following to City Council: that the city undertake a heritage assessment for the property at 81 South Front Street, which is listed under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act and is identified as being constructed in the late 1840s, to determine whether it is structurally safe and whether it merits designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. Do I have a motion? Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Culhane. Any discussion? Councillor Culhane.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak in support of this motion. The heritage and the history of the various buildings that go back to the 1800s, or go back as far as we can go, are essential to a community. And I believe the cost is $5,000 to determine whether this building is worthy of being saved and to establish its heritage. So I just wanted to speak strongly in support of that. Thank you.
Councillor Sanderson.
Thank you. Through the chair to perhaps the engineering group. This building is the building that's just south of the beer store, and it's in a fairly serious state of disrepair. And I'm just wondering what value there is, because it actually looks like it's ready for demolition, but I'm just wondering what the value is in terms of undertaking an assessment. If somebody could just share that with me.
Okay.
Director Ashton?
Yes, through you. So basically, it is listed on the Heritage Register. It's being formally recognized by Town Council as being a potential cultural heritage resource. So this establishes, instead of being subjective in should we save this, should we not save this, this is an objective process where we do a heritage assessment. So it'd be a heritage professional, an architect plus a structural engineer. They would evaluate it. You know, we could look at pictures and it might look a little scraggly or the windows are boarded up, but at least it's a very objective approach to determining whether or not it should be. The answer could be yes, it isn't, it can't be saved, or maybe the answer is yeah, it can be saved. So it just takes the subjectivity out of the process. It also represents best practices such as other municipalities where you involve a heritage assessment to make this determination.
Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. With this building here, who is requesting the heritage assessment? Is the owner or the Heritage Committee itself?
Director Ashton.
So there was a property standards order that didn't include its demolition. The owners requested demolition as opposed to perhaps complying with the property standards complaint. As it currently stands now, the Heritage Committee doesn't have the expertise to determine whether it's structurally safe or whether it has heritage value. So it's usually staff's recommendation to the committee that they sort of follow best practices and do this assessment. Once again, to establish an objective process to deal with heritage resources.
Yeah, further to that, and I certainly in favor of saving our old buildings because sometimes we have a tendency to tear them down before we think about it. So if it gets designated as a heritage building, if this comes back as, it says we're going to determine whether it's a heritage building. If it comes back as a heritage building, is then the owner obligated to maintain it as a heritage building and do the renovations on that building?
No, with designation, there's no obligation that you bring it, put in windows, et cetera. There is an obligation that when you do alterations, that they be in keeping with the designation statement. However, this process hasn't established yet whether or not designation or demolition should occur.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just want to echo what Councillor Thompson said. Sometimes maybe it's a little rushed to judgment. I pass this building quite often, and now that it's getting some attention, maybe we can move forward on some stuff with it down the road. Part of the project downtown with the Memorial Arena was to continue to have the look there, that historical feel downtown with the facade, and having this building, reading in the notes, built in I think it was 45, and once they're gone, and we don't know what the future is for this particular building down the road. There might be some investment. It could be a nice little tea shop or whatever. Look at the history. It was a former retail store, grocery store, a lot of history there, and I think we're all guilty of too quick rush to judgment. So I'm hoping it sticks around. Thank you.
Any other comments? I'd just like to make one from the chair. For those who will remember back in, I believe, the 1980s, We had quite a campaign in Foster Ward on South Front to save the McIntosh Ridley House, and there are still buttons out there that had saved the McIntosh Ridley House, and to this day, it's a rather nondescript wooden fair-sized building, but it's of the same heritage as this house. It is now housing could use a little work, frankly, but it is now housing a professional engineering firm that is working out of that building. These buildings do have a second, third, and fourth life, and I think it behooves us as a city to respect our heritage in any way we can. So I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. 8B9, 2020 interim tax levy. Manager and Revenue and Taxation's report number MRT 2019-11, and the resolution reads that a bylaw to provide for the implementation and collection of a 2020 interim tax levy be prepared for council's consideration. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor Williams. Any discussion? Councillor Sanderson.
Yeah, through the chair to the Director of Finance, I just wondered if this was standard practice in terms of the timing of when this decision is made and how we send it out to the public?
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, yes, this is standard practice. It is a requirement under the Municipal Act to pass a bylaw for an interim tax levy. And the dates, the timelines are pretty much the same as they have been in previous years. The budget gets updated, or the tax levy will be updated once we pass the budget in April and complete final billing at the end of May.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Carried. Item 8B10, City of Belleville Grant Committee, Director of Finance Treasurer's Report, number DF 2019-31, that Council approve the recommendations of the Grant Committee for those applications outlined in the Director of Finance and Treasurer's Report, number DF 2019-31, City of Belleville Grant Committee. Do I have a mover? Councillor Williams, Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to recognize one of the items on here is the Belleville General Hospital Foundation Butterfly Run. Approximately 3 years ago, the Butterfly Girls, as they were called, started a run to recognize loss of infants in the area. And it was something at that time that wasn't really recognized, and it was very taboo, but they brought a lot of recognition to the area, and they ran that for several years. And I know that they've sent correspondents to do a mural in Swiss Park to recognize that. Today is the 4th anniversary of the day my wife and I lost a son, and we lost him in BGH. But that was something at that time that we only knew one or two couples that had ever had that happen. And through the run and through the recognition, especially from the staff of BGH and from the area, you know, that issue was able to come to light, and it was able to help in helping loss, especially at this season, to those that have experienced that, and either from miscarriage or just losing an infant. So it's been very, very important. I'm happy to see that BGH has picked it up, and I'm happy to see the City of Belleville supporting that. I think it's incredibly important. So I just wanted to make note of that. Congratulations to that. I'm happy to very much support this cause.
Any other discussion on the Grant Committee's report? Seeing none, I will call a vote. All in favor? Carried. Item 8B11, amendment of Schedule C, Schedule D, and Schedule H to bylaw number 2010-10, fees and charges. Refers to the Director of Finance and Treasurer's report number DF 2019-32, and the resolution reads that a bylaw to amend Schedule C, D, and H to bylaw number 2010-10, being a bylaw to establish fees and charges, be prepared for Council's consideration. Do I have a mover? Councillor McCaw, Councillor Culhane. Any discussion? Councillor Williams.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and to Director Hines. Just a question on proposed fees for draft plan approval, draft plan of subdivision, condominium exemption, and condominium conversion. Just seeing those increases, when we're comparing those increased fees compared to the region, are we in line? Are we very similar to Quinte West or Picton, et cetera?
Through the chair to Councillor Williams, I'd like to refer your question to Stephen Ashton. These submissions have all come from each department, and they are the ones who have done the research and have the detailed background information on each one of the schedules.
Thank you, Mr. Ashton.
I think they're modest increases. They're in alignment. Those applications do represent a lot of hours by staff. It's not at all full cost recovery. So.
Okay, and just to check, because, you know, we've heard before that sometimes in Belleville it's a little more expensive. We want to make sure that we're just in line, that if you go to Quinte West or Belleville, compare the fees, that we're in line, that developers are going to say, yeah, that's comparable.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, on the same subject, these fees are increasing a fair bit. Have we had discussions with developers on the fee increases, so they know that tonight that, you know, we're proposing to go from, as Councillor Williams says, from 500 to 2,000? Has there been any discussion with the builders to prepare them for those?
I'll refer your question to Director Ashton. Director Ashton?
So those are suggested changes to the bylaw. So no, there hasn't been consultation.
So when we approve, if we approve these tonight, then they will just be forwarded on to the builders and with no consultation.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Process, I believe, is this calls for the bylaw amendments be prepared and sent to council for consideration. So it would then come back to us, I would believe, for the amendment to the bylaw.
So this will come back to us at another meeting and be read first, second, and third time at a different schedule?
It's in here tonight. My bad, it's in the bylaw tonight, so this is serving, I guess, as notice, Mr. Bowie? Yes. This is serving as notice.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Okay, thank you, and those are my questions as well, and I'm just not hearing certainty on that, and I'm just wondering if we're not certain, and I just want to make sure, because I'm very cognizant of developers and builders and just how they feel sometimes of fees that we have. And I understand also at the same time our staff and the costs of what we have. But what I might want to add, if council will have, is to make a motion to table this to our next meeting, if permittable to finance. And the reason would be just so we can have a chance to make sure that our builders and developers know this is coming, so that it's not a big shock and we don't get 500 phone calls in the next month. Just so we have time for consultation, if perhaps I can have so I'm making a motion to table to next meeting.
So as you know, there's no discussion on a tabling motion, and I have Councillor Thompson as a second.
Yes, as long as our builders are going to be.
No discussion.
know.
Councillor Thompson. Seconded by Councillor Thompson. We'll, tabling motion, I'm hearing from staff this, well, it's that debatable. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion's lost.
Okay.
Original motion is, Councillor Thompson, do you have more on the original motion?
Yeah, I want to, when we do the first, second, and third reading, can we have discussion on the second reading, whether to proceed or to wait for information to come from developers for the third reading? So can we discuss that at the second reading? Thank you.
I'm told that is doable, Councillor Thompson. If there's, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we're going to probably go through the same exercise at the reading of the bylaws and might end up in the same position. I think maybe the message needs to go back to staff that when we're looking at doing fee increases, particularly for the calendar year, January, that we're not having this introduced at the last meeting of one calendar year for implementation before we next meet. You know, I think staff have a pretty good idea of the costs associated with the different applications and rentals and what they're looking for in terms of recovery of some of those costs. And as we've heard, it's not full cost recovery on some of these applications. But I think it's reasonable if staff introduce it as a report, and it gives us time then to hear from different user groups, and even when we talk our recreation folks as well, and those are heavy user groups, just to make sure that they've got input. We can get that feedback, and we have opportunity then to provide that feedback back through staff, and then before the bylaw comes. That's kind of my 2 cents now. I think we're locked into this process here, just given the fact that these rates are required for January 1st, but hopefully no repeat. We can just get it earlier. Thank you.
Any other comments? If I may, I recall in the past there have been robust discussions on user fee changes in the past, particularly some of the harbor charges, some of the parks rentals, some of the rink rentals even. I remember hockey groups and figure skating groups coming. So I believe that it's important that the user groups and developers have an opportunity to absorb some of the information before we hop to it. So I echo your concerns. All in favor? Carried. Um, 8C, council information matters. Council may adopt consent items by one motion, but prior to consideration of such motion, members may request that specific items be removed from consideration under such motion, and council shall consider such items individually. And the motion is that following, I'll go around the table again. We're going to start with His Worship.
No, thank you.
All right. Councillor Carr.
No, thank you.
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 No, thank you. Well, look at that. Okay. A motion that the following agenda items be received. Items 8C 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Motion, Councillor Culhane, Councillor Carr, all in favor? Carried. A motion to rise and report. Councillor Carr, Councillor Kelly, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Millette, for your one and only meeting this month. You got off easy. All right, item 9 on the agenda is bylaws, and first reading of bylaws, and I'll just call out the numbers: 2019-220, 2019-221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, and 231. Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Culhane. All in favor? It's carried. Second reading of bylaws and discussion. Bylaw number 2019-220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, and 231. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor McCaw. And I note that Councillor Thompson wanted to speak about 226. Anyone else want to speak on any other items? Councillor Thompson, did you want to speak now?
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you.
On 226, I realize that we need to be looking at the fees for different areas in the city of Belleville, and I hear that the new fees will be in line with other municipalities. My concern is that we've had no discussion with the developers at this point. And To be fair to them, mind you, even the user fees are concerned with, but there's a smaller increase there. This is a fairly large increase in a lot of the areas. And I don't know how to go about it because we need to pass this, but I would certainly like to see some consultation with the developers, at least to notify them ahead of time of saying, here's your fees and this is the way it is. So I don't know how to go about this. I realize that the tabling the motion didn't get passed, but is there a way that we can hold this the second reading off and do the second and third reading at the next council meeting? That's a question I have to ask.
Well, the comment is these fees are supposed to be effective January
Yes, I
1st,
know.
and our next council meeting is not until, I believe, January the 13th, unless we had another meeting, but we're not forecasting a meeting this month. So I think Councillor Carr made some comments in terms of putting notice to staff about it, and I know that they were listening intently, so they got the message.
Okay, no, if that's really the only, unfortunately for January 1st, but I echo Councillor Carr's comments that in the future that we make sure the developers get notified at least a couple, 3 meetings they have, and have them have the opportunity to give us feedback, even though they're going to be in line with other municipalities. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else on any of the bylaws? I'll call the question. All in favor? Carried. Third and final reading of bylaws number 2019-220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, and 231. Moved by Councillor Millet, seconded by Councillor Sandison. All in favor? It's carried. New business. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mayor Panchuk. I'd like a staff report on some hiring processes. I'd like 3 that were identified through the Integrity Commissioner's report, plus 3 random selections from staff outlining any non-compliance issues with the city's hiring policy and what remedial action has been taken as a result of non-compliance to restore the integrity in the city's hiring policy and providing candidates meeting the minimum qualifications the opportunity to be considered for these positions. I'd also like the staff report to outline the taxpayer dollars that have been spent as part of training to meet minimum standards for any position.
Right. Mr. McDonald, can I have a quick chat with you, please? Councillor Carr, we're just having a discussion. We're going to take it under advisement. Mr. McDonald will take a look at it. You gave quite a mouthful in terms of the number of reports you requested. He'll, as he does the minutes from the meeting today, we'll take it under consideration. And then if he has no concerns, we can proceed with requesting the report. And if there are any, he'll bring them forward to us at the next meeting. I suspect it may be out of order, but we will let him go through and have a proper consideration of it and get back to us. Any other new business that we have today? Councillor Sandison.
Thank you, Your Worship. Couple of items. We've had a bit of an issue with garbage and blue box collection in Ward 2. And what's happening is it's interfering with Canada Post's ability to deliver mail. So as green bins are emptied or blue bins are emptied, they're being placed in such a way that the Canada Post vehicles can't access the mailbox. And so we've had a discussion with Quinte Waste Solutions and with their own staff, and we're going to just make sure that we educate the drivers and hopefully we can take care of the problem fairly quickly. Second item is a question for Mr. DeCola. We extended water service along Sydney Street, and I believe it was past Kempton Ave to cut into the new subdivision traveling east. And I'm just wondering if do we have the ability for the residents that live along Sydney, let's say from Cloverleaf up to Kempton Ave, do they have the ability to hook into city water now?
Yeah, Mr. DeCola.
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson. Yes, they do. Bylaw 2019, I think 183 was passed a month or so ago through the engineering department, and that allows for the servicing for water or sewer for each residential and sets out the fees.
Okay, now, have the residents there been notified, or is it as they request it rather than we inform them that the ability's there? Or do you know? I don't want to put you on the spot, but maybe you can take a look at it and let me know.
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, that I'd probably defer to engineering and planning, but in this particular case to the CAO's chair.
Mr. Bove.
Through the chair to Councillor Sanderson, although I don't know of any formal notification that's taken place, I do know that one homeowner has already connected. So the word is out there, and there's been one application that's been processed.
Okay, now, Mr. DeCola mentioned both sewer and water. I thought it was just water that ran up Sydney. I thought the sewer was on Hampton's Ridge.
No, the water is the only one that goes up Sydney Street. The sewer does pass through Hampton's Ridge, and it doesn't head along the east or west corridors.
Okay, so the people on Sydney would only be able to hook
Only
up to
water.
water. Okay, thank you.
And there is a provision for only water in the bylaw.
Okay. So the last item I'm going to bring up is I'm going to be talking a little bit more about it under notice of motion, but just as city staff are evaluated on an annual basis regarding job performance, I think it's important that council receive performance feedback from those that elected us to serve and be their representatives. So I am bringing forward a notice of motion this evening that will come to the January meeting. And basically it's to create a council member annual performance review, and the intent, if it was approved by council in January, is we send it out looking for feedback for performance through 2019.
Okay.
Thank you
very much, Councillor Sanderson. Anyone else under new business? Seeing none, we'll move to motions. And first of all, Councillor Culhane, thank you very much. At the last meeting, you not only made a notice of motion, but you provided it in writing for all of your colleagues to see it at the beginning of the meeting, so we knew this was coming. And so the motion that is on item number 11, it's moved by you. Would you like to read it, or do you want me to read it out? It's up to you. I'll give it your choice. If it's your choice, you can.
I will.
Yeah.
Whereas public health care consistently ranks as a top priority in public opinion polls, and whereas public health provides vital health promotion and prevention services based on the unique demographic and economic, social, and cultural needs of our communities, and whereas the evidence from hospital amalgamation in Ontario and across Canada is that they have cost billions of dollars and have not yielded the promised administrative savings, but have taken money away from frontline care. And whereas there is no evidence to support the proposed closure of 25 out of 35 local public health units, the closure of 12 of 22 local ambulance dispatch centers, and the closure of 49 out of 59 local ambulance services. And whereas there is a deep consensus among virtually all stakeholders that increasing acuity in our long-term care homes requires additional staff and resources, not cancellation of the two special funds and real dollar cuts to per diem funding of our long-term care homes. And whereas our local hospitals have been downsized for an entire generation and cannot meet population needs while sustaining real dollar cuts to hospital global budgets. Therefore be it resolved The municipality of Belleville calls upon the Ontario government to halt the closures of, mergers of, and cuts to our local healthcare services, including public health units, land ambulance services, hospitals, and long-term care homes. And may I say, Your Worship, Marg Burgoyne has brought this forward to me from the Quinte Labour Council. She is here, should anyone have a question for her. And municipality of Quinte West have already
All right.
passed it.
So you've made the motion. I'm going to get a seconder, and then I'll let you speak to it. Seconded
Okay.
by Councillor Kelly. Councillor Culhane, you have the floor if you want to speak any further to your motion.
I do believe I've added all my points before I had a seconder.
No,
Thank
you
you
just
very
read out
much.
the motion, which is...
But I did say Marg is here.
It makes all your points,
She's
yes.
quite willing to
All
take
right.
questions.
Okay, debate on the notice of motion. Anyone else like to speak on it? Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thanks to Councillor Culhane for bringing this forward. I'm on the Long-Term Care Committee, also with the Hastings Prince Edward Health Unit Board, and I was at a meeting in Toronto about a month ago with the Minister of Health, Christine Elliott, representing Hastings County, and it seems like the province, the number that they were tossing around was 10, and then she was fluctuating on that, not sold on 10. But I can't think of a better person to be helping us in our own backyard. Jim Pine, now working with the province, as he'll travel coast to, throughout the province, talking to individuals, and I know that process has already started. So it's good to know that Mr. Pine is doing this, and he remembers his roots and makes it happen. But for long-term care, I'm with Councillor Culhane on that too. It's almost embarrassing what's happening in nursing homes here in Ontario, and that has to be changed.
I'll let you speak, but let me, anyone else have anything they want to say on this motion? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, I certainly support the motion. There's parts of it that the amalgamation of the health units, I'm concerned that, you know, the number they're reducing it to, should they be raised, I suppose I better be standing in this one.
Yes.
Sorry about that. The, you know, we always got to look at the Ontario government. You know, they went in, and I don't agree with Rob Ford and a lot of his tactics by any means, but can the, or Doug Ford rather, on amalgamating some of these, but, you know, can we reduce the health units down to a smaller amount? The ambulances, I get concerned about how they can close ambulances and still keep them. We hear about it, I can see it on EMS, and the number of calls they're getting is astronomical. Every year it's increasing. So overall, I'm going to support the motion because it has some merit there. I'm a little concerned that maybe, you know, through it all and maybe through Mr. Pines, that some of these numbers can get reduced. We're still trying to save us money as Ontario taxpayers, but some of the options that are pretty extreme. So.
All right. Councillor Millette?
Yes, I too am going to support this wholeheartedly, and I commend Councillor Culhane on the excellent wording of a powerful motion. I've seen firsthand over the last month in caring for a friend various levels, and while I do not in any way, shape, or form find fault with the professionalism and the commitment of our frontline healthcare workers, they are, as anyone who has set foot in a hospital or a clinic lately, understand that they're overrun. So, and the resources don't seem to be catching up. My only question would be, is there any chance in terms of circulation for this that we can include this perhaps to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, certainly fly it across our local MPP's desk, the health minister's desk, I would say health units, Quinte Healthcare Board, and certainly get some widespread circulation around the province for this, either through AMO or I believe that's the usual circuit through AMO to see if any other municipalities would like to get on board with this, but I commend Councillor Culhane for her motion. Thank you.
It's a good suggestion. I'm going to ask Councillor Culhane and Councillor Kelly if they'll just add that on to the end of the motion, that we also want the notice of this motion passed on to the Premier, the MPPs, the AMO, and that will, I think, through that, circulate it through the different associations. I'm seeing a nod from both Councillor Culhane and Councillor Kelly to be that on there, so we'll just add that on. Councillor Thompson on debate.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Councillor Culhane, because she made this motion, which I commend her. When she talks about frontline staff, I want to be a little more specific, and maybe I don't need to be, on the mental health situation in hospitals and care across Canada. In your estimation, is that going to cover it, Councillor Culhane?
So what I'm going to do, Councillor Culhane, is just, rather than having us going back and forth, I'll have you speak at the very end, so Councillor Thompson can make his points or ask questions in his comments, and then at the end you can just answer them all when you have that. Anyone else? So I'm just going to make a couple of comments, and then I'll ask Councillor Culhane to finish it off. But first of all, there are two very formidable women in our community, Marg Bourgoin and Pat Culhane, that are identified with our caring society and healthcare. Ms. Bourgoin is president of the Quinte Labour Council and has been a longtime advocate of health workers and the delivery of health services in our community. And there may not be a more public person who has got the credibility and the expertise for a long and distinguished career in healthcare in terms of Pat Culhane. And so this motion is about caring, it's about concern about the health of our community. And I'm talking about the health of our community in all ways. I can tell you that in my role, there are a lot of important issues, but at the very top of the list is healthcare. And all healthcare is in demand in our community. We need more of everything. We have a lack of services. We're underserviced, but we're not unique. We're not alone. I would say that all of Ontario is complaining about a lack of resources and a lack of services, and that's also consistent across the board through Canada. But whether it be long-term care or whether it be health care, those were not meant to be municipal tax-supported services. We have the most narrow form of revenue in terms of the property tax assessment, but yet we are being called on more and more because we need to, for our communities, support them by helping on this. And so, we also need to let the province know that they cannot continue to download those services by removing themselves from the funding side of it. And the last thing I just want to say is that, there are some things that governments do that are investments and save money in the long run. I look at our investment in our health boards. When you take money from those organizations, or when you shift that burden onto municipalities to fund it, you're actually costing the system more in the long run, because people are now presenting themselves in emergency when their issues are much more severe. No better example of that is our mental health services, and the fact that we are not keeping up with it, and as a result, you look at through the other parts of our social safety net in terms of how much cost and burden is going on all levels of government. Some days you really wonder if people are cutting off their nose to spite their face when they make some of these decisions. So I want to also add my voice to commend you, Councillor Culhane, for bringing forward this notice of motion, but also in the way that you did it, by giving us enough time to be able to consider it and to be able to deal with it. And I will pass it on to you for closing comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would love to take the credit, but I don't own the credit. The credit goes to Marg Bourgoin. It's an excellent motion. In response to Councillor Millette, she pointed out it's been circulated to the Honourable Christine Elliott and to the Ontario Health Coalition. So I don't know whether does that include municipalities? No, probably not.
Well, what we'll do, Councillor Culhane, is we'll add to the end of the motion all the different organizations we'll send it to, and that'll cover it off for you.
That's perfect. I would point out further, as a member of the Long-Term Care Committee, I've mentioned this before and I don't mind mentioning it again. There are people in the community who have elderly relatives who feel that should that relative require hospitalization, they will subsequently be admitted to Hastings Manor. Currently, the waiting list is well over 400 people. My concern is that people do not know that, and I think they should know that. I think their plans for their elderly need to include that specific fact, and they need to have discussions about what's available and what isn't available, and about the potential for their elderly relative to be admitted to hospital and relocated out of town. That's a reality that's hitting across the province. It's impacting people who've been married many, many years. They can't even go to the same place. There are few stories making the papers, but there are many stories, many heartbreaking stories. And speaking personally, I hear a number of them. So I wanted to raise that point. I offer no disrespect to the people who administer the services. I've done the job. The pressures are enormous. People waiting to be admitted, people must be discharged. The pressure comes from the province. The funding comes from the province. The changes must be made, and people need to make themselves more aware of the realities of today and healthcare as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion is being moved and seconded. We just added on the direction of where it will go afterwards. All in favor? It's carried. Thank you, and congratulations, Councillor Culhane. Notice of motions. Councillor Sanderson, you have one. Do you just want to read it in, and then we'll have it officially received?
Sure, thank you, Your Worship. So the notice of motion is that Council for the City of Belleville develop and implement a council member annual performance review survey to allow and encourage taxpayer resident feedback on individual performance with the intent to assist council members in gauging taxpayer satisfaction with decision-making and alignment of ward and city priorities.
All right, thank you. It has been received. Any other notice of motions? Seeing none, we'll move to announcements. Colleagues, anyone have announcements today? Councillor Sanderson.
I left my mic on. Through the chair. I guess as of today, and thanks to our friends in Quinte West, the speed limit has been changed from along Sydney Street, traveling north to Vermilion. It's now 60 miles per hour.
60 kilometers.
Or sorry, 60. Old school. 60 kilometers per hour, so, you know, drive safely out there. I was able, Councillor Carr and I both attended the Foxborough Santa Claus Parade this past weekend, and it was my first time, and it was certainly a great experience, all the young kids out there and all the smiling faces. And the one thing I would like to sort of throw out there is that I think we've got an opportunity to improve on it, and I'd certainly like to see one extra float that might be in next year's parade. I attended the National Day of Remembrance and Action Against Violence on Women. Councillors Millette and Thompson were also there, and we listened to basically a drama that was put on by the students at Prince Edward Collegiate Institute, and there was also some speakers. This was, of course, recognizing the 30th year anniversary of the 14 women that were slaughtered at Polytech. And also one of the speakers was Terry Lynn Thompson's son, Wayne. And so it was a very sobering sort of occasion, but it's very positive. And the name of the drama that they put on was 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And so while we are making gains, there's still lots of work to be done. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Kelly.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick comment about this past Saturday in Belleville with the holiday night market, with the Enchanted, with downtown district put on. That was amazing. Again, so much positive energy. They had close to 3,000. I was there for a couple hours, the Elton John tribute with Elton Ron. It was excellent. It was cold, mind you, and I saw Councillor Millette there complaining about the cold, running in and out of Lafferty's store, warming up every 5 minutes. But it was a great night, so congratulations to everybody who was involved with that. It was special and lots to build on. Thank you.
Councillor Millette.
Thank you, Your Worship. On behalf of yourself and City Council, I attended a number of events over the past week as Mayor of the Month. For December, I was honored to represent the city at the investiture of former Mayor Ross McDougall as a colonel, and it's a rather jarring and a proud sight to see former Mayor McDougall in an Air Force uniform, but he has been sworn in as the honorary colonel of 2 Air Movement Squadron at CFB Trenton. As well, I attended an Indigenous blanket ceremony this week at the Hastings and Prince Edward County's Health Unit. Very, very, very impressive, very moving ceremony. Anybody who has an opportunity to take part in one, I urge you to do so. As well, I represented His Worship and Council at the Volunteer and Information Committee Volunteer Recognition Night. It's always a great night, and dozens of organizations and individuals recognized at that as well. And as Councillor Kelly, hats off to the downtown people. That was just one terrific event on Saturday night. Chilly, yes, but I mean, everybody was bundled up, but I mean, we heard some amazing response from the citizens, and to the point where they want more. So congratulations there. Thank you very much.
Right, Councillor Thompson.
Quickly, Operation Red Rose started last Friday. Well, a week, not last Friday, the Friday before. And first night was a little slow, but so far, out of the 5 nights, they've had 35 new volunteers this year, which is phenomenal, and they need them every night. So I drove Friday night or Saturday night, and everybody did at least 11 runs, which doesn't seem like a lot, but that's a lot of runs.
Right. Okay, anyone else? All right, well, this is the last council meeting before we all break for the Christmas holidays. I'd like to wish everyone in the city of Belleville a happy, joyous, and healthy holiday season with all of your loved ones. I enjoy all residents to enjoy the Festival of Lights in Jane Forrester Park this holiday season. If you haven't already gone, you will surely be impressed by this year's event. Operation Red Nose is in full effect for the holiday season, and I urge everyone to take advantage of the service to arrive home safely. Please visit the Operation Red Nose website for more details, and the telephone number is 613-962-4334. And I also, as I said earlier, under the public meeting, but I invite everyone to join us at this year's City of Belleville Mayor and Council New Year's Levy on Saturday, January 4th at 11 a.m. at the Quinte Sports and Wellness Center in the gymnasium. I look forward to starting 2020 off with all of you. I want to say, again, thank you to all members of council for attending events in the city of Belleville. We've got so much going on, and I know that all the organizers and participants enjoy seeing their members of council in attendance. But I also want to say a special thank you for everyone who has represented me over the last few months, it seems. It seems like it's just getting busier and busier, and I cannot do it. But Councillor Kelly last month in November had a pretty heavy schedule, and he, I don't think he said no, he said yes, but I certainly appreciate it. And Councillor Millette is off to record start already, and I really do appreciate it because I cannot be everywhere, and when invitations come to council through me, it's important that we attend them. So thank you very much to everyone for doing that, and it is going to be a busy rest of this holiday season. Since the last meeting, there have been numerous events that I have been able to attend. First of all, I want to take a moment and thank our fantastic city staff for working with the Finance Committee in preparing a great budget for City Council to consider. We passed that budget last Wednesday and allows us to now deal with our capital items, staff to now present to the next stage, and it is very, very good for us, and I appreciate it. But it doesn't happen all by itself, and so that's why I want to recognize the work that staff did putting into it. I was also, along with Councillor Thompson, able to attend the CP holiday train stop last week on Thursday. $7,000 cash donation was made to Gleaners Food Bank, and thousands of pounds of food was collected for the needy people in our community through the Gleaners Food Bank. So thank you everyone who are coming. This past last week, a week today, I was honored to attend the swearing-in ceremony for our new Member of Parliament, Derek Sloan, in Ottawa. Mr. Sloan is the Member of Parliament for Hastings, Lennox, and Addington, and represents a third of our city in that constituency, and it is the largest portion of Mr. Sloan's riding. I was able to go there, and it truly was a unique honor, and wish him well in his future. MP Neil Ellis was sworn in the week before that, and so both of our members of Parliament are up and going, and they are already in session. Thanks to Manager Reid, I was invited to attend the Eastern Lake Ontario Parks Association meeting held at the Quinte Sports and Wellness Centre. I was able to speak with staff, not just from the City of Belleville, but from other areas, talking about our parks agenda or our philosophy and how we're dealing with it, and how we want to see an increase in the amount of usable green space in our community. Last week, the Chamber had a very successful mixer. I was fortunate to be able to attend. And I too want to echo the comments about the downtown Belleville event on the weekend. You know, when we take a look at the great strides that the BDIA has made in promoting our downtown Belleville, that tremendous downtown dusk event in August that just blew everyone's mind in terms of how many people were there. On Saturday, we also had a great turnout. Yes, it was chilly, but this is Canada. It just went to show that we do enjoy our climate, and the fact that there were so many people there, the shops were open, there was activity, the response has been great, and well done to the BDIA and continued success as they go forward. Last week I had the honor of swearing in the new Belleville Chamber of Commerce Board. Congratulations to incoming President Greg Suds, and a very special thanks to past President now, John Tour, for his term. The Belleville Chamber of Commerce is a great partner, not just for the City of Belleville, but they represent the business community in our city very, very well. Councillor McCaw and I had the pleasure last week of having a meeting with the Belleville Agricultural Society to talk about our continued negotiations with respect to relocation or negotiating that on their fairgrounds use. It was a very productive meeting, and we look forward to having some concrete announcements about that in the future. Our MPP, Todd Smith, held a Christmas levee last week at the Belleville Club that was very well attended. I was happy to be there. And as a board member representing the City of Belleville, I was also very fortunate to attend the first ever Alexicon holiday party for their staff members last Saturday. We've been used to having Viridian Christmas parties, but this was the first time that we brought together the groups from Viridian and Whitby Hydro together in our new company called Alexicon, and it was great to do that. On Saturday morning, Councillors Thompson, Williams, Sanderson, and Kelly and myself were able to attend the Pentecostals of Quinte Men's Breakfast. That was, again, a terrific event, raising resources for the Grace Inn Shelter, but also for the food bank. And we want to congratulate the Pentecostals of Quinte for being such a caring community here in our city. Saturday morning was also the Santa breakfast for the YMCA. And while we were double booked, it was already a good turnout when I was there. And the YMCA continues to be a strong community partner. And our announcement at the last meeting regarding the future West End location just will allow us to do more for them. Loyalist College had their luncheon last week to celebrate a pretty terrific 2019, in addition to the matriculation announcements, this time with Northeastern University in Boston. That was a tremendous event, and we have many more before the end of this year. Again, I want to just say thank you to the community for inviting us and for including us in their celebrations, and also for members of council in assisting me to make sure that we're represented at them. With that, I will ask for a confirmatory bylaw, that bylaw number 2019-232, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at its meeting held on December the 9th, 2019, be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed this 9th day of December 2019. Moved by Councillor Sanderson, seconded by Councillor McCaw. All in favor, it's carried. Motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Millette. All in favor, it's carried. Thank you and Merry Christmas, everyone.